I shall.
Refugee says, come on, show some emotion. You can't go through life that way. Are you talking to Aris? Okay. First, it was just a few angry types from the dozens, then the riots. I'm down to my last few coppers. What am I going to do? Are you willing to work as a farmer? Or some manual labor? If so, come to Kaidnua. Justicia Aldemara says, watch your step in there today. Every man and woman in there is mourning fallen comrades, and some of them are just looking for an excuse. What? You talking about the Crucible Knights? But I helped them. Why would they looking for an excuse towards Aris Mittal, who helped them with the Forge Knights, even though the project failed? Saida looks like she's had a bath and a few square meals. She smiles shyly. I'm glad she's alright. She lost her parents, her family. And now all she has is these people in the Crucible Knights. I hope they take care of her, like their own child. What about Willa? Is she a good caretaker for Saida? Willa says, I don't understand. Do those blockheads really mean to take over patrolling an entire city? Willa's gaze is distant and empty. That wasn't even a battle. It was a slaughter. Is she implying that during the riots the Crucible Knights crushed the dozens? Maybe, perhaps. I'm going to speak with Commander Cleaver and Dunstan. Justicia says, turning our own city against us. Are the dozens crazy? This night gives you a proud salute. Commander Cleaver says, our city falling down around our heads, and those dang fools from the dozens attack us in the streets. I'd like to hang every last one of them. No, don't do that. Don't do that, Commander. If you made me an honorary member of the Crucible Knights, so I hope you will value my opinion. Don't do that. The bottom of Dunstan's beard is singed away, and he smells of burning hair. Even I didn't believe the dozens would go that far. Now we know what we're up against. Penhelm says, you've given me a fresh perspective. Thank you. House Domino thinks it's still the law in the city.
Greetings.
Noble says, with the sanitarium destroyed, neighbors say the legacy will end. I'll believe it when I see it. Good day to you. Nice to see you. Lord Gaderman, I never would have believed it. So what? Did the Dunrid Row catch him? Has they been rebuilt, the Dunrid Row, I mean, after the death of Lady Webb? In person, my friend will never believe me, says a noble. The Charred Barrel is the finest inn in the city, if you're looking for lodging. Despite what you may have heard, nothing unusual goes on at the sanitarium. What do you mean? The sanitarium is burned. You've made quite a name for yourself, says another noble. Noble says we're very lucky to have Dundrid Row based in Breckenbury. It makes the district feel safer. Yeah, I thought so. They have rebuilt after Lady Webb's death. Who is leading them now? Kuren? Did Kuren survive? So Kuren indeed survived the assault. Good news. Kuren's ears snap toward the entryway. At the sound of your approach, he turns toward you with a start. Recognizing you, he sighs, clutching his heart. I thought you were a looter. I'm afraid you've come seeking the help of Dundrid Row. You are too late. I'm all that's left. Arismito says I thought you were dead. Kuren says not yet. He looks at the signs of scuffle around him. I had gone out to buy food when all this happened. I can't have missed it by much. I still want to gather a few things, records mostly. Some cases I don't want to give up on, even if it's just me now. I'll be gone soon enough. I expect they will try to hunt me down, but it's hard to leave all this behind. Lady Webb, she worked hard for this. Kuren, how about this? How about you come to Kaitnua? I'll send my men to help you clean this mess up and pack all the stuff you need to for transportation to Kaitnua. There, you can continue all these cases that you don't want to give up on, and perhaps you can rebuild Dundrid Row there in Kaitnua. And besides, I think this is good for Arismital. If he can have Dundrid Row as his asset, it's going to make Kaitnua more powerful in the future. Perhaps it will be a dominant region. Maybe one day it will be strong enough to break away from the earldom of... What is the name of the earldom led by Earl Bademar? I forgot. I think Marshal Forwin or Chancellor Warren says something about the grasp, or something like that. So I'm just going to refer to it as the earldom of the grasp. Maybe one day if Kaitnua is strong enough and powerful enough, it can become its own earldom, breaking away from the earldom of the grasp. Yeah, if Arismital is able to see opportunity, he will invite Kuren to come to Kaitnua and rebuild Dundrid Row there. And by building Dundrid Row and by rebuilding Dundrid Row in Kaitnua, he will also force the new Duke, whoever he may be, to garner good relation with Kaitnua. Because of the Dundrid Row's existence in Kaitnua, it will be very, very beneficial for Kaitnua. But sadly, there is no option here to invite Kuren to come to Kaitnua. Arismital just doesn't care, I think. He doesn't care about this huge opportunity. Kuren smiled solemnly. Yes, can I be of any help? Still no dialogue option for Aris to invite Kuren to Kaitnua to rebuild Dunril Row. This is such a missed opportunity. Such a waste. Cyril says they tore down the entire sanitarium, and I thought the gift was rough. Yeah. How about your cottage? Is it okay? Or is it burned down?
I shall.
Domino God says Raymond's acting twitchy these days. And what do you think is that? You're the one who snatched the jewel for Abrikan. Things got messy, I hear. There's nothing for us to discuss.
Hail and well met.
Abrikan Domino says, I heard the mob tore down that eyesore, the sanitarium. Not that I've been out to see, mind you. All in all, the view's much nicer in here. Abrikan raises his goblet. I'll let you know when I have more work for you. Aris Mittal says, I have some questions. Abrican Domino says, and I have no answers. If there's nothing else, be on your way. Tell the gods you're a distant cousin, he winks. They'll understand. Domino God says, don't know what kind of replacement Raymond's going to find after that trail of bodies you left. This guard must be referring to the guards I killed during my second visit to Raymond's manor. The servant nods quickly and returns to work. Abrekan looks like the cat ate the canary, says a domino god. What? What's happened? The god gives you a respectful nod.
What's this?
Lord Gedmar Domenal is a man of presence. He wears finery in the style of Aidir nobility. Yet there are scars across his knuckles and burns on his neck that few highborn bear.
My son mentioned that you might come seeking work and advancement.
Gedmar says, unfortunately, my sources have informed me you are already closely associated with the Knights of the Crucible. I can't take the chance that your loyalties may be divided. I'm sure you understand. Gedmar returns his attention to his desk. Forgive me, but I have matters to attend to now. I trust you know the way out. Aris Mittal says, tell me about House Domenal. A smile flickers across Gedmar's lips. If you've heard little of us, it means we've successfully kept our heads down, as we should in this business. We were once one of the preeminent families of Defiance Bay. Our ancestors, however, picked the wrong side in the War of Defiance. For people with such a short history, we Dirwoodens have a long memory. My forefathers were no longer welcome in the same circles, so they had to adapt. Gedmar rubs the fingers of his silk gloves together. In the end, it worked out well for us. We've attained a unique position as masters of Defiance-based illicit trade, and with that has come a different kind of power. Arismittel says farewell. Gedmar Domenal says, just as I'd hoped, the dozens and the knights tear each other to pieces. At the slightest provocation, someone will need to set the city to rights. Gedmar gives you a slow nod. You'll be glad you picked the winning side. Wait, I don't remember Aris helping the Domenal before the hearing. I mean, when Lady Webb told Aris to gain favor from either the Domenal, the Crucible, or the Dozens, Aris sided with the Crucible Knights. Maybe Gedmar was referring to the previous jobs that Aris did for House Domino, like for example the jewel heist. You sure took Raymond down a notch, good, says a dominal wizard. Abrekan still admiring his fancy new bauble. You mean the jewel I stole for him? The boss isn't too pleased with the mess you made at Raymond's. Me? I'm ready for a fight. Hello, says Lord Dominal will speak with you now. Is this an Aumaua?
Greetings.
Bricanta Dominal says, back again. If only my husband returned so quickly. Is your husband Abrekan? Or is it Gedmar? Maybe Abrekan is your son, Gedmar is your husband. Maybe you should be great. Sorry about that. Wait, it was a Justiciar corpse. So, the fight between the Dominals and the Justiciars in Breckenberry during the riots, the Dominals won it? I don't think there's going to be a lot of new dialogues, and the new dialogues are not that really interesting. I think I'm going to go straight somewhere else and continue my quest, or maybe go to White March.
Hello.
Lord Raymond says such chaos. At this rate, it won't be the legacy that destroys us. The Valiants will have this whole dang continent to themselves.
Hail, traveler. Good day, stranger.
Your your oh my god, my stutter is getting worse and worse. Your party is considered high level for the content in the White March. If you would like, the critical path can be increased in difficulty to give you more of a challenge. The rewards you receive will be the same regardless of the option you choose. Your choice cannot be changed once it has been selected. High level? Yeah, why not? I hope
You've set out for Stalwart. The White March rises up in the distance, stretching to the north and south as far as the eye can see. It beckons to you with peaks like broken fingers. The road thins to a tattered ribbon, and the shadow of the mountains falls across your path. You've barely begun your climb when the darkening sky pummels you with hailstones and turns the ground beneath you to ice. You press on. The air grows thin, and the treacherous mountain passes funnel screeching winds past your ears. A blizzard forces you to make camp for 3 days, huddling for safety while snow piles around your refuge. At last the weather clears, and you approach Stalwart under a crisp blue sky. There's a noise, high and sharp, coming from the village that sounds at first like another frozen gale. But when you top the rise and reach the village's wooden gates, you see what lies beyond them.
Alright, I hope I won't regret the high level setting. Was that in the far scenery? Look at that. There's a settlement in the distance, and there's smoke rising up from the settlement. What is it? A fire? A raid? Hey, look at our pets. They're trailing behind. Look, how cute.
It's Darzier! With a whole pack of them!
We can take these bastards!
What is Darzir with a whole pack of them? What does it mean?
I ain't dying here today!
What is happening, ogres?
Look out! More of them by the fishery!
How can we win against these giants?
We need help! This way! Stand fast! Reinforcements are here! Run! They'll kill us all! We're Stalwart!
Darzir's fallen! Back to the matron, now!
The villager says you're the one Renin Guild sent for. She'll want to speak with you. Her house is just up the way, next to the Graf's Rest. The messenger pants, waving smoke away from his face.
Katie's house is burning! Hurry! They're both in there! Help! The hut's coming down!
Villager says, please, you have to help. There's the people trapped in there. The man puts his hands to his head, staring up at the burning house in horror. Arismittel asks, who's in there? Villager says, it's Katie, sir. The roof caved in on her, and the guard went in to fetch her, surrounded by flames. Ain't got the muscle to pull her out, nor a means to fight those flames, please. Allah says, what's your plan, Arismittel? Arismittel asks, you want me to run into a burning building? Villager says, someone has to. He turns away from you to continue shouting for assistance. Make way if you aren't going to help, says the villager. Someone help. Got to get that fire out. Someone help. The roof of this hut is almost entirely enveloped in flames, lighting the snow in its stark orange hues. Several beams have been reduced to ember-dotted husks. Through the hut's threshold, you can see only billowing smoke. Fire roars as it climbs the timbers. The air feels thick and hot, and the building is a maze of flame. Withstanding the smoke and navigating the fire will be a challenge. Enter the burning hut yourself. You leap over the burning threshold, plunging past a veil of smoke. Inside the house, fire has pitted the walls and beams, and a thick haze rolls through the building. It is hard to see even a few feet ahead, save for the occasional glimpse of glowing embers. Crouch down to avoid the smoke. You move forward through a haze of heat and soot. The hut groans and shifts as the blaze grows. Above, a beam begins to sag, threatening to crash down into the corridor. From just ahead comes the faint sound of a voice, calling for help. Prop up the beam with another log. Looking around quickly, you notice a piece of fallen timber that seems just tall enough to work. You heave it up and sets it against the sagging beam. The makeshift prop holds for the moment, allowing safe passage. Despite the smoke and flames, you remain unharmed and unhindered for the moment. Pressing forward, you come at last to a wider room. To the left is a man, the source of the faint cries for help. He stands trapped behind a curtain of flame, arms raised to ward off the heat. It may be impossible to reach him without quenching the fires first. To the right, a woman lies unconscious beneath what appears to have once been the roof. She is small, but the rubble trapping her looks heavy. Smoke winds its way up and out into the open air, obscuring all sight of the outside. Stop and examine the situation to the left. Help, please help me here. A man dressed in the haphazard armor of a local guard stands trapped at one side of the house. Fire has worked its way across the floorboards, blocking all escape. Try to reach for the man through the flames. You move toward him, but the flames scald your arms. He also tries to move toward you, but the flames rise higher and block his path. Oh, dang it. I can't help him? This sucks. Turn away to help the woman. You approach the other victim. A sudden flashover singes your arms. It doesn't stop you, but the pain steadily grows. This woman is trapped beneath a considerable amount of rubble, including a heavy crossbeam. A purpling bruise on her temple suggests that she was struck as the debris fell. On her outflung hand, you can just make out the glint of a ring. Use a pry bar to clear the rubble. You set the pry bar against a section of the crossbeam, and using every ounce of strength, strains to lift it clear. After a period of fruitless struggle, the beam finally begins to rise by slow degrees. With one great and final effort, you heave the last of the rubble clear of the woman. Though still unconscious, the woman is free of the rubble, and now can be moved. Turn away to help the man. You approach the other victim. This sucks, I can't help the man. You fight to remain unconscious. What? I didn't know it is a time event. This sucks. I didn't know this event is time. If I know it's time, I wouldn't go back and forth between the man and the woman.
They're
Fuck.
gone. Both.
These smelters haven't seen use in a long time. This door appears to be barred from the inside. It does not budge.
Look out! More of them by the fishery!
Stalwart fishery. The grass rest.
Darzir's fallen! Back to the matron, now!
The villager says, you're the one Renengild sent for. She'll want to speak with you. Her house is just up the way, next to the Graf's Rest. The messenger pants, waving smoke away from his face.
Katie's house is burning! Hurry! They're both in there! Help! The hut's coming down!
Make way if you aren't going to help. Someone help. Someone help. Someone help. Got to get that fire out. Smoke clogs your lungs and the heat has become unbearable. You will collapse soon. Though still unconscious, the woman is free of the rubble and cannot be moved. I couldn't do anything for the man. Dang it, I can't save both of them. Carry the woman out. The woman is of a slight frame, and carrying her proves easier than freeing her from the rubble. You hoist her carefully onto your shoulder. Retreat to the exit. Beset by smoke-clogged air, blistering heat and burning debris, you are rapidly losing strength. With every passing moment, survival becomes more unlikely. Keeping a firm hold upon the unconscious woman, you turn for the exit. You race past the unsteady beam for a second time, The timbers crash down a scant few seconds after you pass through. The smoke clouds your vision and makes it difficult to breathe, but you stagger onward. At last you come to the door rushing out of the blaze and into the mountain air.
Katie, thank the gods you saved her.
Yeah, but I failed saving the guard. Dang it. We lost one man down there. Villager says, you alright? I was sure that thing was coming down and taking you with it. The man wipes his brow and stares up at the collapsing house. At least you got Katie out when you did. As for poor Lord Golden, his eyes widen as a section of the roof collapses. He looks away, shaking his head. So the man I failed to save is Lord Golden. Why can't I bring my companion to come with me? Why should I go in alone, or why should I choose one of us to go alone? Dang it. Villager says, you look like you could use a drink. Take this over to High Ferrix and have one on me. He flips you a couple flat carved bones. We'll get the rest of these flames put out. Go on and have yourself a drink. I can't talk to this Katie woman. Lord Golder is dead. Is there nothing else we can do? Can I help them carry buckets from the water? I don't think so, yeah? We can't let the flames spread. Yeah, I know. You'll have to talk with Renengild. I'm just a messenger. A letter has arrived at Kaidnua addressed to its new ruler. The steward believes it may present an interesting opportunity. I don't understand. Why does someone from Stalwart? This place is Stalwart, right? I don't understand why someone from Stalwart has to risk going through those mountains and snow to send a letter to Kaidnua asking for help. Isn't there any other lord where they live nearby that they can ask help from? Why do they went so far away to Kaidnua to ask for help? Doesn't make sense. You see a middle-aged woman and a younger man locked in an argument. Both wear clothes streaked with blood and dirt. The young man turns to the woman, a fresh cut visible below his eye.
They've destroyed the stockade, Mother! It's...
The man's name is Uldrik.
Enough. They're gone.
Renengild holds up a hand, which is missing the final joint of the ring finger, but is her voice sharp and steely. That silences the young man. As he glowers at his toes, she turns to you with the dark circles under her eyes and a smile, pulled taut across her thin lips.
Ah, the champion of Defiance Bay. Must have been a long journey.
Yeah, a long journey. My question is, why are you requesting help from someone far away from your place? Isn't there anyone else nearby to ask help from? Tell me the whole story, because it doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm sure you wagered on a more civilized welcome. Still, we're much obliged for your capable intervention.
Renengild takes a slow breath. She shoots the young man a brief but stern glare. Uldrik pulls a knife from his belt and an apple from his pocket and sets to work. As a lord of Kaednua, Arismital has to be diplomatic. Arismital says, "It's an honor to be called here."
That's fine of you to say so, though I'm hoping your strengths lie more with arms than words.
Renengild folds the map in her hand with a quick and merciless pinch.
Stalwart isn't much more than a grease stain on a map. What roads we've got in the White March are basically tracks in the snow, and for every trader or adventurer that comes through, 3 of our own leave for good.
So, is White March part of Deerwood, or is it its own place, with its own ruler?
But it weren't always so. There was a time when kings and queens sent their firstborn to these mountains, when the White March was the envy of empires.
Renengild's eyes shine, and for an instant, she looks like a much younger woman. Aloth says how the mighty have fallen. Arismital says, what an era that must have been for the White March.
The Pargrin dwarves transformed the White March once. We could bring some of that greatness back to Stalwart. But we need the White Forge.
Renengild raises the map and taps a spot in the middle of a white and grey expanse. The Pargrun dwarves transformed the White March once, so the White March is under the jurisdiction of the dwarves? Or is it an independent, or is it just a region inhabited by independent settlements? Arismital says, I know of it.
Then you'll know that no one's felt as much as a summery breeze from the White Forge for over 200 years.
Renengild smooths the creased map. 200 years without summery breeze. So, Renengild implies the Pargrun dwarves did something that warms the place? I'm not sure I follow. Or is she talking about the White Forge? Ah yes, I just missed her complete sentence. She's talking about the White Forge.
I'm hoping you can do something about that.
Renengild ignores the young man, who shakes his head at the crackling logs. Arismital asks, and why would I do that?
Told you.
Uldrik jerks his chin at Renengild. His jaw is set in the rigid defiance of youth. Ah, the defiance of youth.
If uncovering one of the greatest mysteries of Kith civilization don't light your wick, then think on what's in Durgan's battery. A powerful forge and some of the finest weapons ever crafted.
Renengil stiffens. I'm sorry, lady, but I'm running a castle and a domain here. I can't just act charitable. There has to be something for my domain and for my people.
We've been trying to breach Durgan's battery for over a year now. Problem is, the other expeditions can't so much as dent the front door.
Renengild rubs at her fatigue-shadowed eyes. Arismital says, "Tell me about these other expeditions."
A dozen different groups have come through at our request, and several more besides. Been hoping that one of them could clear the way through Durgan's battery. But young or old, green or seasoned, it don't seem to matter. They cast their spells, chisel at the door, and search the grounds until they've worn new treads into the old stone. The lucky ones eventually go home. Plenty more find themselves on the wrong side of a blizzard, or an ogre raiding party.
Arismital asks, "Why the sudden interest in the White Forge?"
We're an old mining town. Or we were until the Adirans pulled out and left us with a half-dug mine shaft and something resembling an inn.
Renengild thumps the sturdy wooden wall with her fist. At least Stalwart was part of the Aidir Empire. So after the War of Defiance Bay and Aidir was pushed out, they pulled back from Stalwart as well. I see. So what is it? Is Stalwart part of Dirwood then? Is it under the jurisdiction of Dirwood, the Free Palatinate of Dirwood?
Since then, it's been a steady decline. You've seen the roads. Isn't much we can produce that the Valians can't ship cheaper. But the White Forge, well, if we could fire it up again and start producing Durgan steel, or something close to it, wouldn't matter if we're in the White March or the Living Lands, business would come.
Renengild folds her arms and gives you a stiff nod. Uldrik says nothing, but he tosses a sliver of the apple peel into the fireplace. Arismital says, "And that's why you need my help." Well, Arismital can do this, with certain conditions. If Arismital do this and his companions do this for you, and they succeeded, you have to swear fealty to Kait Nua. You have to swear fealty to Kait Nua, and you will have to agree to be put under the jurisdiction of Kait Nua, under the jurisdiction and administration of Kait Nua. You are expected to pay taxes, and Kait Nua in return will bolster your defenses. Kait Nua will send soldiers to your place to protect this place. That's the conditions. That is, if Arismital's not, if he even thinks about that, and not acting out of charity.
That's the long and short of it. We're laborers and fisherfolk, not adventurers.
Renengild nods.
But Durgan Steel could put Stalwart on the map again, open up the mines, bring in new business. We just need the White Forge.
Renengild thumps the desk with her fist. Arismital asks, "Why is Durgan Steel so special?"
Because you can shave stone with it, cleave cast iron in two, and the stuff's as rare as it is remarkable.
In Renengild's enthusiasm, she shifts on the balls of her feet. She props one bent arm on the other, pointing distractedly toward the eaves of the house. Eder says, "If you had a suit of armor made out of that, bet people would get tired of trying to stab you after a while and just give up." Eder, is it that strong of a steel?
If we could make something even half as good, we'd have a market at our doorstep and work enough for all of Stalwart.
For a split second, her gaze flickers to Uldrik. Arismittal asks, how is it no one's gotten into Durgan's battery yet?
Where should I start? Ogres, blizzards, or sheer damned inaccessibility?
Renengild ticks the items off on her fingers.
It ain't for lack of trying, I'll tell you that much. Got untold riches in Durgan steel lying just inside, and never mind the White Forge itself. The Adirans who first settled Stalwart tried to crack it. So did the Valians, and every other cocky adventurer with more metal than sense.
Renengild folds her arms, shaking her head at a pitted floorboard. Okay, this implies that the Pargrun dwarves have already left when Aidir arrived here, right? So why did the Pargrun dwarves left and where did they go?
But the place has a funny way of sealing itself up. Front door stays shut, the tower entrances are clogged with rubble, and it's been impossible to blast a way in.
Renengild trails off, and for a moment, the room is silent but for the popping and crackling of the fire. Arismittal asks, what happened to Durgan's battery?
It don't bear dwelling on. There's too many superstitions about that place as it is.
Renengild waves her mangled hand in a broad crescent, averting her gaze.
Killed each other off, or so the old books say.
Uldrik glares at Renengild through hooded eyes.
Plenty of tales to go around, but none of them open the battery. And the last thing people need is another reason to fear the place.
Renengild scowls at Uldrik. Kana says Keith do enjoy their ghost stories, though the Glanfathans take theirs very seriously.
Whatever it was, the other Pargrin dwarven settlements in the White March, Bone Picker, the Hawk, and the rest, emptied out not long after, moved to gentler, greener lands.
Okay, so there is my answer. The Pargrun dwarves migrated to a gentler, greener lands. All of them, or some of them still live here, in the White March.
Had the right idea, if you ask me.
Arismittal says, I don't see why you need the White Forge to make good steel.
Finally, someone talking sense.
Uldrik raises his knife and half-peeled apple to the fire in a dramatic gesture of exasperation.
Durgan steel wasn't just good. It was some of the best. We need the best if we're going to keep Stalwart alive.
Renengild glares at Uldrik even while she speaks to you.
No one alive today has seen the White Forge, but the old stories tell that it was powerful, glowed white-hot, and gave off a steady, even heat, unlike any other furnace.
Dwarven engineering. No wonder.
Let better-schooled folk puzzle over how the thing was built. I just want to see it put to use.
Arismittal says, tell me about the Pargrun dwarves.
Pargrin's a word in their language. Means traveler. They've been wanderers for generations, but I couldn't tell you much more.
So the Pargrun dwarves are nomadic? If they are nomadic, why they spend the time to build the White Forge? Maybe they like to stay in one place for a few generations before moving again? Arismittal asks, alright, any idea where I should begin?
The battery's up the mountain to the north, a good hike away.
Renengild jerks her head in the direction of the slope behind the house.
Near Galvino's place, huh?
Uldrik says it in a breezy tone, but Renengild falls suddenly silent, consternation hardening the lines on her face. Uldrik smiles and draws his knife across the apple again.
So it is, though I was going to suggest dealing with that ogre camp before anything.
Renengild compresses her thin lips into a frown. Arismittal asks, who's Galvino? An ogre named Galvino, really?
Mestre Galvino, as the old crosspatch prefers it, lives by himself and keeps the wilder and beasts at bay through sheer foulness of his temper.
Renengild rolls her eyes. Okay, so Galvino is not an ogre. Renengild refers to Galvino as Mestre, so I take it Galvino must be Vailian.
She means to say he's a skilled smith and animancer, who's lived in the shadow of Durgan's battery for over a decade.
Uldrik looks over his shoulder at you and Renengild. Aloth says, and by Animance's flimsy standards, that makes him an expert, does it? Aloth folds his arms.
And he butters his bread on both sides and fits his left shoe before his right, but that's neither here nor there.
Renengild crosses her arms and crumples the page in one tightening fist. Arismittel asks, "You seem flustered all of a sudden. Did he do something to anger you?"
Me and the rest of the town. He knows better than to linger at our gates.
Renengild laughs quickly. Arismittel asks, "What happened with Galvino?"
Old lunatic finally went too far, and we sent word to the Valian academies.
Renengild frowns. Oh, did Galvino do something relating to animancy that somehow affect Stalwart?
I don't like speaking on it, but if you want to get his guff, just remind him that we gave him the boot.
Arismittel says, "I see."
Ain't nobody here fond of the man, but he's a clever hand and a quick study. It's a fool who thinks he stayed so close to the battery without figuring something about it.
You said as much to the last party, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. Maybe they didn't run afoul of Baragon's ogres after all.
Renengild raises a grey eyebrow at him. At Uldrik. Uldrik shrugs and turns back to the fire.
Just watch your step. Galvino's place is a ways east of the battery, and folk who pass it bring unsettling tales.
Renengild shakes her head. Arismittel says, "Tell me about the ogre camp."
Belongs to Flames That Whisper, Matron Baragon's clan. Hunters tell me they've been active of late.
Matron Baragon. Flames That Whisper.
Hunting elk and otherwise minding their own damn business.
Uldrik pops an apple wedge into his mouth and chews it aggressively. Can you really eat an apple aggressively? How?
Minding their own business. Never mind the latest expedition's disappearance or the broken stockade.
Renengild pinches the bridge of her nose, squinting.
I'm saying we shouldn't agitate him further.
Uldrik makes to toss another slice of peel into the fire, but he fumbles and drops his knife. He bends to pick it up, cursing. Arismittel asks, "What does this matron have to do with anything?"
The brawl outside was just the latest patch of trouble. The ogre clans are getting bolder, and we'll all sleep easier knowing they aren't circling our walls. Also, Baragons like to have whatever the last expedition found. Rumor has it they disappeared near her turf.
Renengild crosses her arms and looks over to Uldrik.
Killing a matron will only make our problems worse. The way to approach Baragon is with your hands held high.
If anyone could parley with an ogre, I suppose it'd be you. But they aren't known for their patience with prattle.
Arismittel says, "Got it."
Good. Before you leave town, stop by the Grave's Rest. Most visitors to Stalwart spend some time there, so Hafric and his patrons may be able to give you the lay of the land.
Adair says, "Don't know about you, but I'm parched all of a sudden. Arismitel says, actually, I want to ask you about something.
What's on your mind?
Arismitel says, I have questions about Durgan's battery and the White Forge.
The Pargrin dwarves guarded it like a mother bear. It's a wonder we know as much as we do.
Arismitel says, I want to ask you about something else.
What's on your mind?
Arismitel says, I want to know more about Stalwart.
Adir founded us back in their colonial days to supply ore to the Empire. Saw a fair bit of traffic from both sides of the White March then.
Renengild rubs the knob of her shortened ring finger.
But after the Deerwood claimed independence, Defiance Bay found cheaper places to get ore. Didn't have much reason to maintain our supply routes.
Finally, the question I wanted to ask. Arismital asks, isn't Stalwart part of the Deerwood?
Officially. Though with the state the roads are in, you wouldn't guess it.
Okay, Stalwart is part of Deerwood. I get it. I got it now. I got it. But I guess the Deerwood ruling body doesn't really care about Stalwart. That's the implication. That's the impression I get from Renengild's sentence. Though with the state the roads are in, you wouldn't guess it. Meaning Deerwood doesn't even care to build roads to connect Stalwart with the other settlements in Deerwood, I guess. And maybe that's because Deerwood doesn't really care anymore about Stalwart, because Stalwart is no longer profitable. I see. The question is, if Deerwood doesn't care about Stalwart because it's not profitable anymore, does Stalwart still has to pay tax to Deerwood? That's what I want to know. If Stalwart isn't paying any tax to any Thynes, maybe Aris can seize this opportunity if he succeeded in making the White Forge work again, you know, to include Stalwart within Aidnua's jurisdiction and enjoys the tax from Stalwart's businesses. And of course, in return, Kaidnua has to ensure the safety and the security of Stalwart by stationing soldiers here for protection. Arismital says, tell me some of the more important places around town.
Here in the center? Let's see. The Grave's Rest is next door. Hafric can set you up with a room and a hot meal there. The fishery's just on the edge of the lake, and the Temple of Andra is next to it. No one keeps a secret like Lavda. Or so I'm told. A few folk live in this part of town, too. Seemed a lot safer before the ogres broke through the western gate. Thiersch lives next to the old mine shaft, and Tana, the old mine overseer, is next door to me.
Renengild jerks her thumb toward the wall. Arismital asks, what do you do here?
I'm the mayor, or so I'm reminded every time there's a game shortage, ogre attack, or a neighborly dispute. I'm a builder by trade, though. Traveled all over Air Glonfoth and the Deerwood in my younger days, but ended up back here anyway.
Renengild gives you a vague smile that's gone as quickly as it appears. Arismital says, let's talk about something else.
What's on your mind?
Arismital asks, can you tell me anything about the last expedition that went to Durgan's battery?
They didn't volunteer much, and I knew better than to ask.
Renengild scratches her jaw, frowning.
I've seen all types charging through here. Professional companies with shiny new equipment as brazen as you please, and hopeless runts with nothing but tattered leathers. But these folk, I don't know what they were after, and the way they looked at you made you feel cold all over.
Renengild shakes her head as if dislodging a bad dream. Renengild says the way they look at you made you feel cold all over. Who are these people? Are they undead? Vampires, perhaps? I don't know.
Wish I could tell you more.
Aloth says, perhaps we'll find more in the battery itself, yes? Aloth nods at you with a guarded look.
What's on your mind?
Arismital says farewell.
Yes? Indeed.
I'll handle this. It's done. I'm here.
Judging from the large hole behind the gills, it can be safely assumed this trophy fish was shot with a pistol and not caught by a hook or a net.
Something else you need?
Arismital asks, do you know anything about Durgan's battery?
It's a fool's hope. A fantasy that's kept these parts inhabited longer than they should be.
Uldrik glances around the old house and its worn furnishings.
They say the Pargrunan dwarves developed Durgan's steel, became powerful, rich. And then one day, they locked their doors and died.
Uldrik shrugs, turning his palms toward you.
Nothing like a mystery to stir folk up. Most of Stalwart is convinced that some Pargrin secret will save us all. But that don't stop them from whispering a prayer when they pass the old fortress.
A sour smirk crosses Uldrik's lips. Arismital says, earlier, you said I should make peace with Matron Beregan.
About the only thing folk here haven't tried. Killing one more matron won't change things for long.
Uldrik shakes his head.
Besides, her clan's flames that whisper. The one that attacked us was Wolf with many mouths. I'd know him anywhere.
Wolf with many mouths, so a different clan, I see.
They're cut from the same cloth, Uldrik. Only a matter of time before Baragon marches through that gap in our walls.
At the sound of Renengil's voice, Uldrik's shoulders stiffen, His jaw works in a silent but furious retort. Arismital says, "You seem to disagree with Renengild on quite a few matters."
Mother's convinced that a magic forge will turn this frozen crack into a hub of civilization. She can't accept this place is dying.
Uldrik shrugs. Sagani says, "This is your home. You can't just give up on it. Maybe it's the lost cause?"
Give up on what? There's nothing here.
Uldrik scrapes the sole of his boot on the straight but weathered floorboards. Arismital asks, "What do you do here?"
I'm a carpenter, Mother's a builder, so it felt like a good fit at the time.
Uldrik presses his lips into a wry frown.
Not that we've got a lot of new folk to build houses and furnishings for. These days, I spend most of my time fixing up the stockade.
Arismital says farewell.
Something else you need?
Any luck with Durgan's battery?
Been looking everywhere for you.
Theodora.
Finally, some proper weather. What do you say to a dip in those springs?
Yes, let's do it, Sagani. And who is this Theodora guy? "We're dang lucky you arrived when you did," says a villager. Theodora. The man is sweating despite the cold. He opens his mouth to speak, but all that comes out is a loud hacking cough. He bends forward, bracing his hands on his thighs, while he heaves and gasps. After a lengthy duration, he raises a finger, still panting. Theodore says, "All High Ferric's fault. Dang fools sent me to the other side of town, looking for you." At last he stands again. He wipes his dripping brow with the back of his hand and then offers that hand to you in greeting. Arismital. Arismital says, "You know, I think I'm coming down with something. I'm probably contagious." Theodore withdraws his hand and coughs again, his cheeks brightening once more. Theodore says, "Pleasure to meet you. I'm the captain of the militia around here." Arismital says, "Nice to meet you." Theodore says, "I wanted to catch you before you went running off into the wilds. See, there's a few dangerous folk you might be on the lookout for. Plus, if you're heading out to Longwatch Falls, I thought you could pick up a thermal pearl for me." Theodore looks away and twists the toe of his boot into the snow. Arismital asks, "You want me to find a thermal pearl for you?" Theodore says, "That's the thing. I already found it. I just need someone else to go out and get it. Saw it in the hot springs up near Longwatch Falls. Would have grabbed it myself, but that's when I looked around and saw the Laguffaith. Must have been 50 of them." Theodore spreads his arms wide. "What's a Laguffaith?" Theodore says, "I would have fought, but I started to wonder what the rest of Stalwart would do without me, so I ran. For the sake of the village, of course." Yeah. Arismital asks, "What is a thermal pearl, anyway?" Theodore says, "They form in the hot springs, something to do with all the minerals in the water. Smell kinda funny, but they're full of minerals, just have to crumble them into a pint." Theodore grins, and you notice that his gums are bleeding. Arismital says, They cure scurvy. Theodore says, like I said, the pearls in one of the thermal pools near Longwatch Falls shouldn't be hard to spot. Arismetal says, tell me more about Longwatch Falls. Theodore says, it's east of Stalwart. Got some nice views of the valley, but most folk avoid it these days. Plenty of wilder nearby, and it only takes a few inches of snow to block the pass. If you're heading out that way, I'd suggest talking to Thirsch. He might have something to help you deal with the Lagu Faith. Arismetal says, that's all I needed to know. Theodore says, stop by Thirsch's place before you leave town. His is the house next to the mines. He's a veteran hunter who knows the wilds better than anyone. Arismetal says, remind me about the thermal pearl you wanted. Theodore says, caught a glimpse of it in the hot springs over near Longwatch Falls. Just watch for the Lagu Faith. Whole area was crawling with them. Arismetal says, you said something about dangerous folk in the wilderness. Theodore says, we get our share of crazies out here. Most of them aren't even from the village. Theodore laughs at his own joke. Latest groups I'd heard of were the Gleaming Society and the Sisterhood of the Slaked Skull. Gleaming Society and the Sisterhood of Slaked Skull. Interesting. Theodore says, but Renengild set aside some bounty money to see that these troublemakers were taken care of. You bring me the heads of their leaders, I'll give you the payment. Arismetal says, I want to know about the Gleaming Society. Theodore says, crazy pack of radicals that wants to topple governments and kill the wealthy. Makes the War of Defiance look like a foot fight. Duke Ivar and the Regent of Red Seras both declared them illegal, which is probably the only thing those two would agree on. Do you know Duke Ivar is dead? Theodore says, or would have, before all that murder and mayhem in Defiance Bay. Theodore frowns, scratching the back of his neck. So Theodore knows about the riots. I see. Theodore says, anyway, check Longwatch Falls to the east. That's where they were last seen. Arismetal asks, who leads the Sisterhood of the Slaked Skull? Theodore says, that will be Mesdla. All of the members of the Sisterhood worship Berath. By sending as many folk back to the Will as they can. Theodore shivers. By sending as many folk back to the Will? You mean killing them? Interesting. Theodore says, they've been poking around Durgan's battery, and Weil only knows why. But you can understand why no one around here was pleased to hear about it. Passed through town recently, didn't stay long, but they stopped at the Temple of Ondra. You might see if Lafda knows something. If you come across them, be careful, they're unpredictable. Arismetal says, let's talk about something else. Theodore says, what do you want to know? Arismetal says, farewell. Theodore nods. Been keeping an eye on town here. You, found anything out near Longwatch for me? Theodore coughs into his hand. Arismetal leaves.
Don't see the harm. Figured you'd be out of here in a flash after the fighting died down. Most people don't stick around after they figure out the ogres are making regular visits. I would have helped fight them monsters off, you know, if I didn't think I'd just get in the way. And with you there to handle things, everything turned out well enough, didn't it? Don't see why Havrick's still sour at me.
Arismetal asks, what's this about Hyferic?
Oh, Havrick's the innkeeper over at the Grave's Rest. I may have been hiding in the inn when the fighting started. The raid didn't improve his disposition any.
Rayfald coughs.
Did you know he has a whole case of Fenland liquor in there? I keep offering to buy it off him, but he says he's saving it up for when the battery's open again. As if we're gonna last that long. Anyhow, he said he'd thrash me up and down the mountain if I didn't leave him be.
Arismital says, it seems reasonable to want to save it for a special occasion.
It's delusional is what it is. Point of fact, what with you dealing with ogres and everything, maybe you'd, be willing to help me out.
Sagani says, from saving the town to swiping liquor, there's progress for you.
Averick keeps all the good stock in the inn cellar. Out of sight, you see. I mean, it's bound to be under lock and key, but I'm sure he wouldn't miss a single bottle. Not with everything that's going on.
Arismital asks, what does stealing wine for you have to do with fighting ogres? Arismital asks, and what do I get out of this?
I'll pay you for it. I swear it. We'll split my wages. And the bottle, too, if you like. I just want to be able to say these lips have tasted the best the Ishamael Plains have to offer.
Arismital says, that it's not the liquor you're after.
Huh? Oh, yes, fine. I asked for that one. Look, I can't get into the inn for a while, so just think about it, right? That's all I'm asking.
I'm not sure I understand Arismital's joke just there. Rayfall's face colors.
Please tell me you found it. I've got a craving like you wouldn't believe.
Arismital says farewell.
Please tell me you...
Rayfall says, don't see the harm? Building's thirsty work. The Graf's Rest.
If it's okay, I'm gonna wait by that fire there while you do that thing with the battery.
Barnes says, I can still smell the smoke even in here. The sea beheld her love. Oh, the bard is singing? It's a female bard. Shh. Bravo. Good singing, bard. Bard says I can still smell the smoke even in here. Good work with those ogres, says a villager.
Ooh, still can't feel my fingers.
Feara, who is this? Child says, duh, I'm scared. Did you fight the ogres? I sure did. I mean Arismital and his companions. Hardly anyone coming up the roads these days. You're the first new face in weeks, says the villager. Got a joke for us. This place could use some merriment. Good thing High Ferric still has some venison in stock. Hardly any elk left. Theory she's still going on about that beast he's after. He should focus on ogres. The ogres have been hitting us hard, trying to keep us out of the battery, and they're winning.
Thought I'd found shelter when I stumbled across this little village. Guessing you did too, huh?
Feara raises a frosty mug to you, even though the warmth of the hearth reaches you here. Her hands are wrapped in were wool, and her ears muffled by a hat. Her face has that taut, wind-beaten look of someone who's recently come from the road.
As much blood as there was in the streets, I'm lucky the ale's still flowing.
Feara takes a drink, and as she tilts her head back, you see a bruise purpling her jaw and the crimson bloom of scraped knuckles. Arismital asks, what exactly happened to you?
Thought all the whispers about Durgan's battery were just village superstition. And maybe they are, but I might have been on my guard if I'd listened. I was part of an expedition, hunting for relics from Durgan's battery. And picked up a good haul, too.
Feara takes a slow swallow of her beer.
So it figures that's when the winds pick up and the sky starts dumping snow. We lost sight of the road. Meanwhile, something else found us. Took Liam out before we even realized we were surrounded. And then we see him coming out of the snow. These little four-armed wilder. Lagufoth, they're called.
Feara shakes her head, staring at the embers in the fire pit. So the expedition lost one person at least. His name is Linam.
Quick little bastards. Francesca and I held them off as long as we could, but when they filled her full of darts, I turned tail and ran.
Okay, 2 casualties, Linam and Francesca.
Found my way here and thanked my luck for escaping the Lagufoth. Then come to find out that this town's got an ogre problem.
Feara laughs bitterly. Arismital, Arismital asks, what are you going to do now?
I need to get those artifacts. Not that I'm in any shape to go after them myself, but I can't afford to return to Defiance Bay without something to show for my expedition.
Apprehension creeps into her expression. She stares into her mug, swirling its contents.
But you might be able to get past the Lagufoth. You're light on your feet.
Feara looks up from her mug, hopeful.
I'll give you a cut for anything you bring back, of course. I ain't asking for charity. I just can't afford to go home empty-handed.
Feara brushes her nails along the side of her mug as that anxious look returns. Arismital says, tell me what you're looking for.
Like I said, we were treasure hunting near Durgan's battery when we were ambushed. What else do you want to know?
Arismital asks, Renengil told me that another expedition came through before I arrived. Was that you?
Who?
Feara looks momentarily confused.
No, that would have been somebody else. We didn't meet with Renengild, or anyone else in town for that matter. We were operating on our own.
Feyre looks into the fire pit, taking another drink. Arismital asks, why are these relics so important to you?
We took out several loans to pay for our trip out here. I'm gonna have trouble if I don't pay them back.
Feyre scratches the back of her neck. Arismital says, remind me where I can find your caravan.
What's left of it should be near Durgan's battery. If you stumble across the Logothoth, you'll know you're close.
Arismital examines Feyre's teeth. As Feyre talks, you notice that her teeth and gums are stained with dark spots. You recognize those spots as signs of Sevev use. Sevev is a drug, right? Like the one that... What was that guy again in Copper Lane? He sold Sevev. And then he got in trouble with his supplier. And his supplier sent Nirid to beat him up, lock him up, and then assume his identity and start selling Sevev from his own house. I know the name of the fiancé. It's Kainra, but what's the name of the man? I don't remember. So this Feyre woman is a Sevev user. Is it important to the request that she made of us? This information, I mean. Arismital asks, what do you know about Durgan's battery?
Just that it's been locked up tight for 200 years on account of those dwarves having a row.
Feyre shrugs.
Which means that any trinkets from inside fetch a nice price. Sorry, I'm more of a businesswoman than a historian.
Arismital says goodbye.
You find anything? Hate to think of those slimy bastards carrying my haul into a freezing hole somewhere.
Feyre grimaces into her drink. Arismital says not yet.
You find anything?
The ogres are getting bolder, not sure how long we can hold out, says a villager. Andret says, hey there, good timing. You can watch me trounce Birthwen. Alo says, alcohol and sharp objects. This won't end well. Birthwen says, once, Andred. You won once. Arismital asks, what are you playing? Andred says, Orlan's head. He grins sheepishly. That's what they call it anyhow. Birthwen says, smooth. Andred says, you pick a target, see, nose or ears. Nose is worth more, but you've got 2 ears to work with. You get less points the further out from the target you get. So for the mouth and eyes, no points if you miss. Fancy a game? 3 throws each, and whoever gets the most points by the end of it wins the wager. I'll put down 50 pans. Shit, I hate this stuttering. Andret says, I'll put down 50 pans, if you will. Arismital says, that's a little tasteless. I want to know how Andret would respond to this statement. Andret says, come on, it's just a name. Besides, I've only just memorized which parts are worth what. We can change it now. Arismital says, sure, let's play. A cartoonish version of an Orlan. Andred pulls a throwing knife from his belt, turning it over in his hands. Wagers 50 pounds, you win? Arismital pays 50 pounds. Let's play. Good man, I'll go first just to show you how it's done, says Andred. Andred aims carefully and throws his blade. The knife hits the mouth, scoring 5. Andred walks up to retrieve the knife. Your turn. Aim for the nose. The knife hits the mouth, scoring 5. Andred aims carefully and throws his blade. The knife hits the ear, scoring 7. Andred walks up to retrieve the knife. Your turn. Aim for the nose. The knife hits the ear, scoring 7. So equal. Continue. Andred throws the blade. Hits the fur, scoring 2. Arismital aims for the nose. Hits the nose, scoring 10. Andred says, there's 22 for you and 14 for me. Not bad, stranger. Looks like you win this one. Here's your prize. Guess I ought to get in some practice. Andred says, it's our ogre-slaying friend. Have they crowned you king of Stalwart yet? Birthwen says, my friend doesn't mean to be an ass, sir. It just comes natural. Andred says, what? I want a crown. Arismital says, I'll be going. Andred says, suit yourself.
Of course.
Cook says, funny what a raid does for the appetite. If I hear High Ferry complain about that Orlan one more time, says a villager. I hear Defiance Bay got hit pretty hard by the legacy. Wonder if it is as bad as we've got. Guess the fighting's died down, but they'll be back soon enough. We should been around when old Mayor Seinheld was cleaning our coffers. Never turn your back on the battery. Walk backwards and pray to Abidon. We need cool heads like yours. Those ogres threw everyone into a panic. What is this, a fire pit? What are they grilling? What meat are they grilling? Lamb? Cow? Fish? Must be fish, right? Because there's a fishery in this place. So I guess their main occupation is fishing. I heard the dwarves of Durgan's battery died fisting, poison one another, says a villager. Hardly anyone coming up the roads these days. You're the first new face in weeks. Let High Ferric know if you're hungry, says the cook. Move along, no pilfering from the ovens. We're nearly out of soup stock. Have to start boiling more fish heads.
Indeed.
Villager says, here's to Hick, surviving another day in this frozen pit.
Owena! Go check on that Orlin. Make sure he don't steal nothing.
Hypheric. Looking from his build, he looks like a dwarf. Yeah, I think he's a dwarf. Buy us some wine, mister, says the child. Aren't you too young to drink wine? Bet you can't hop over the coals. Why would I do that? Oh, they use the center of the room to grill, I think, fish? Yeah, to grill fish. Interesting. The room must smell so good right now. Thoma's house got all burned up by the big folk. Toma? You mean the house where I rescue a woman named Katie? And the guard died in the fire there? Is Thoma's house? Then who is Katie? If you hear voices around the battery, Trace Ondra's wave over your heart, says a villager. The ogres have been hitting us hard, trying to keep us out of the battery, and they're winning. We should been around when old Mayor Seinheld was cleaning our coffers.
Never seen such a bloodbath. Feels like we got half the town's survivors in here, just drinking to forget it.
Hypheric, the dwarf, surveys the crowd, his expression sober despite the half-empty flagon by his hand. He shakes his head and looks to you, remembering himself.
But I hear you helped drive the ogres out. Didn't know you furry folk had it in you.
Hypheric scratches his beard, frowning. Arismital says, anyway.
You're welcome to warm yourself here. Got hot food and cozy beds. Though your cousin seems to have holed up in one of my rooms.
Hypheric nods at the wall in the direction of the rooms. Cousin? Arismital asks, another Orlan? I don't have a cousin here.
That's a relief. Can't see you having anything in common with a good-for-nothing layabout like that anyways.
Hypheric nods his approval at you.
Showed up a few days ago, sticks his nose out of the back room just long enough to empty his chamber pot.
Hypheric squints toward the hall as if daring the Orlan to show himself.
Up to no good, I tell ya. I'd like nothing more than to see him gone, but I don't want to ruckus over it.
Arismital asks, what makes you so sure he's trouble?
We get our share of lowlifes coming through here. Smugglers, fugitives, Kith looking to avoid the sharp eye of the law. Ways keeping to himself. Well, honest Kith sure don't have cause for it.
Arismital says I could talk to him.
I'd appreciate it. And I suppose I don't need to remind you that I don't want you to hurt him. I'm sure you can find a more discreet way of handling the problem.
Hypheric gives you a meaningful look.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Arismital says, let me see what refreshments you've got. Aloth leans in and whispers, "Are you sure, Arismital? I think I saw a fish head floating in the stew pot."
Nothing like a pint to take the chill off. Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
I don't want to. Option number 1 gives me the choice to rat Rayfald to Hyferic. Should I rat on him? Arismital says farewell.
Excuse me, was there something you need?
Owina jumps. She knits her fingers together and looks intently at the floor. Arismital says farewell. Oh, she's the broom lady. Is she the broom lady? Is this the Orlan Hyferic mentioned about? I left.
Not to be rude, but I'm rather busy. Can't you get another room?
The Orlan turns and glances past you with a quick, nervous motion. His ears, shredded and scalloped at the edges, are pressed against his skull. Arismital says, Hyferic sent me to check on you. He thinks you're up to something.
He... what? Oh no. No.
Ilev runs his claws through his hair and tugs at his long ragged ears. Aloth says, can't imagine why he'd think a thing like that.
Is she there? Did you see her?
Ilev leans around you, peering at the doorway. Arismital asks, who are you talking about?
Devala. That woman. The slaver, she...
Ilev swallows.
I was a slave in Raid Ceres. I ran away, made it here. The mountains are usually the best place to lose slavers, but Devala's one of the best.
Ilev's hands tremble as he picks at his worn tunic. Arismital says, I see.
I just want to get out of here. I've scraped together enough money to reach New Haomar.
Aloth says, New Haomar? That's hardly an improve. Aloth stops himself, eyes wide. I mean, it's lovely. You love it. Spill the beans, Aloth, if you know something about New Haomar that can help Ilev. Say it, don't just withhold information like this.
But the locals talk about a Raid Saren party camped west of town.
Ilev worries at a ragged shirt sleeve.
It's got to be Devala. She's been after me since the foothills. I'll pay you if you can get rid of her. I don't care how.
Arismital says, "We'll see," meaning Arismital not willing to enter into a contractual agreement or a gentleman's agreement. So we'll see.
Is she there? Did you find Devala?
Ilev shifts, caught between hope and terror. Arismital asks, "Are you sure she is out there?"
She wouldn't have followed me all the way here just to turn around and go home. No. She's waiting for me to leave.
Ilev thinks, scratching his head with a claw-tipped finger.
A group of woodcutters stopped in the other day. Said they'd passed a group of raid Sarens west of town. Near a frozen pond, I think. Is she there? Did you find Devala?
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
What's this?
10 Ponds says he trips them.
You're awful.
Sorry to burst your bubble. I have detected the traps. Gambler says used to play upstairs until Tean Lage accidentally knocked someone into the fire pit. Tean Lage says, "The hero of the hour." He laughs. "I've Eric send you down to check on us? We aren't causing trouble, on my word." Arismital asks, "Who are you?" Tean Lage, he raises his mug. "Humble fisherman, though with the ogres coming down all the time, well, I'd sooner fish for truth down a bottle for the time being." Arismital asks, "What are you playing?" Tean Lage says, "Dozens. Care to test your luck? Each of us puts down 50 ans. 3 wins and you take the 100. Could explain the rules if you like." Arismital asks, "What are the rules?" Tean Lage says, "It's simple enough. Winner takes all. We roll 3 dice each. Get 3 fours and that's the dozen. Beats all the other rolls. You roll anything else that sums to 12, that's the towers, second best. You roll any other triples, there's a god hammer. You get a pair, there's the witnesses. 1, 2, and 3 is the saint, that's the lowest. Any other roll is talkers, doesn't amount to anything. So you roll the dice again, you get it? Arismital says, "I'll play." Tean Lage reaches forward to gather up his dice. "Right, here we go. Coins on the table," says Tean Lage. Arismital pays the 50 ans. "I'll let you go first since you're new," Tean Lage chuckles. "Roll the dice." You cast the dice, 3, 3, 5 witnesses. value 5. Your turn, says Arismital. Tianlech rolls his dice 3, 5, 6 Tolkers. Tianlech grumbles and picks up his dice again. Tianlech rolls the dice 2 to 6 witnesses, value 6. Oh shit, I lost 1 point. I'm short 1 point. Ah, my witnesses beats your witnesses, looks like I win. Tianlech reaches forward to gather up his dice. Ready? Roll the dice. You cast the dice, Tolkers. Roll the dice again. You cast the dice 3, 3, 4 witnesses, value 4. Your turn, says Arismital. Tianlech rolls the dice 4, 5, 5 witnesses, value 4. Looks like we're evenly matched, let's go it again, says Tianlech. Tianlech reaches forward to gather up his dice. Ready? Roll the dice. You cast the dice 2 to 5 witnesses, value 5. Your turn, says Aris. What the f- This is it now? You go first. Roll the dice. Oh my god, 3, 2. Ah, my god, hammer beats your witnesses, looks like I win. And the game is mine, don't take it too hard, friend, you can always try again. Tianlech reaches forward to pull his winnings in toward himself. Dang it. I thought I could use my attributes to win the game. Dang cold down here, says a gambler. 1 for me.
Carrying too much weight. Carrying too much weight. Carrying too much weight. Carrying too much weight.
An assortment of dusty vintages lines these shelves. Many date to before the War of Defiance.
It's done.
Arismital asks, "Oh, Tianlech says, what can I do for you, Ogre Slayer? Fancy a roll of the dice?" Aris says, "Don't suppose you know where a man could find some Fenland liquor?" Tianlech says, "All High Ferric's best is over there, but a wooden friend is a mess of traps. And I should know. Nearly took my eyebrows off." Tianlech points a finger toward the nearby shelves. Aris says, "Odd place for a game?" Tianlech says, "Is it? High Ferric doesn't like me making a ruckus upstairs, so I get the cellar to myself provided I don't go digging in his stores." "That's a fair bargain, right lads? We have our fun." Arismital says, "Farewell."
Yes?
Yes?
Please tell me you found it. I've got a craving like you wouldn't believe.
Arismetal gives Rayfall the bottle. Under lock and keys is an understatement.
Wait, really? You did it! Oh, thank you! This is going to be great! Oh, and here's the money I promised.
Rayfall looks down at the label. Rayfall says to the Lord of Kaid Nua. Rayfall raises the bottle and takes a long drink. Rayfall says, oh, that's, Rayfall coughs. Gods, that's a bit strange. Here, have. A bout of coughing overtakes his words. Arismetal says, Rayfall?
Ugh, it's foul! I think that's the worst thing I've ever... Wait, I don't feel so well.
Rayfall wipes his mouth with the back of his hand.
Did you see that? See? I think my tongue is going, wait, I can't feel my face! What's happening?
Arismetal asks, are you okay? Rayfall paws at his cheeks and then his nose. With increasing desperation, a flailing finger catches him in the eye, and he yelps and covers his face clumsily with both hands.
I think I bit but I can't feel a thing. This has to be Havrick's doing. He must have put something in the bottle. Please, you have to help me.
Arismetal asks, what do you want me to do? Arismetal says, if this is a trick, Hypheric's bound to have an antidote.
Sweet gods, I hope so. Please, I'll give you the money I saved up. I'll give you more. Please, just help me. You have to help me. Ugh, I can't stay like this.
Arismetal says, I'll see if Hypheric knows anything useful.
Oh, thank the gods. I'll, wait here and hope nobody comes by to talk.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Arismetal says, Rayfall ran afoul of a certain bottle of liquor.
So that little bastard finally got up the nerve to snatch it, did he? Well, serves him right. Maybe he'll think twice about stealing a man's vintage now that he's dribbling all over himself.
Arismetal says, I'm sure he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, I bet he's ballin'. Look, I dabble in chemicals, but it's never something I can't fix. He's only a few ingredients from a cure.
Hypheric waves a hand dismissively.
You want to help him out, all you need is a river reed in the heart of an ice troll. You ought to find both by water. That creek out west, for instance.
The heart of an ice troll, so I have to kill a troll? Arismetal asks, wait, the heart of what?
You heard me. Ice troll. Really, Rayfall's getting off easy. Those traps cost me a fortune. Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Dang it. A curse of cold clay. Nasu traveled from Hangman's Abbey to the Bay of Crowns, investigating the various reports of vampire appearances. In each case, Nasu discovered that the gravesites had elaborate glass, copper, and other devices buried around them. The distinctive intricacy of the devices was traced to a Vailian dwarf that had been shunned for his unpleasant practices in Selona and Anchense. When captured, the dwarf claimed his intent was not to create vampires but to restore life. The vampires were created due to the dwarf's inability to solve a fundamental problem with his machinery. The incredible frequency of the dwarf activity was not due to co-conspirators, but rather his extensive use of drugs that kept him awake and frantic for days on end. Once confronted, the dwarf put up no fight and allowed himself to be taken into custody. When Nasu left him, he was awaiting a trial in Telaneir. Remembrance of life's warmth. This curious device, created by a deranged dwarven animancer, has the ability to cast the druid spell, Garden of Life. From a place in the sky, she said. Wait, the house is still burning into the night like this? They haven't been able to douse the flames? What the? What gives?
I'll have this open in no time. It's done.
They gone? Have those nasty brutes finally left?
These teeth have been sanded smooth in preparation for carving. There's a large teeth. Taina.
I heard the ogres outside, tearing down walls and murdering folk. Don't remember how things got this bad.
The elderly woman kneads her hands. Her knuckles are swollen knobs, and her palms are ridged with calluses that scrape and rasp as she rubs them together.
But you're the new adventurer. Renengild's latest volunteer.
Taina squints at you, leaning precariously forward on her wobbling legs.
A real spitfire, she told me. Bet you'd whip those layabouts at the mine into shape.
Marismital says, I'd like to ask you about something.
Did you say something, dear?
Yes, tell me about yourself.
Me? I was the overseer at the mine, back when it was running. Got shut down decades ago when we couldn't sell or ship the stuff. but I still remember plenty about the mining business. And I got as many folk as I can digging out the entrance.
Taina taps her head, a spotted dome under a thinning thatch of hair.
Been praying to the salty wench that I don't forget too much afore they finish the job.
Taina winks. Arismita says that's so.
Got to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was. Got to speak up? My...
Why is she like this? Old age catching up? Alright, what did Teldor want? Oh yeah, he gave me a quest to pursue bad people. And what else? I forgot.
I'll handle this.
It must be soon. 2
It's
days,
done.
no more.
These necklaces have been made from the teeth and claws of various predators, wolves, bears and lions. The shaft of each spear is splintered and broken, each of them held together only by tightly bound leather straps. Thiersch. This dwarf is busy staring into the fire, slowly puffing away on his pipe. As you greet him, he's visibly startled and his pipe clatters to the floor.
Sorry. Didn't hear you come in. My ears aren't what they used to be.
Thiersch, he stoops, wincing to retrieve his pipe. When he rises again, he has a hand against his side. So his ears aren't what they used to be? Just like Taina, huh? Arismital asks, who are you?
I'm Thiersch. I've lived here long enough that Kith have started calling me the Old Hunter. And that's about all I can say for myself.
Arismital says, I have some questions.
Coming to your elders for advice, is it? What can I do for you?
Arismital says, Teldor said I should talk to you before I head to Longwatch Falls. Thiersch says, a good thing you did. Hot springs north of the road are crawling with Lagufayth. I'm surprised Teldor found himself out there. The thing to know about Lagufayth is they're fast, tolerant to cold too, so try another angle of attack. Something seems to occur to Thiersch. He pats his pockets, clenching his pipe between his teeth. Thiersch says, this will come in handy. Use them if you get into trouble. He hands you a few sealed bottles. The old hunter looks you up and down, puffing on his pipe. Thiersch says, but if I'm being honest, you may not even need them. You handle those ogres well enough, and you look like you could hold your own against these Lagufayth too. Thiersch taps his pipe ash into the fire pit. Arismetal asks, what can you tell me about Stalwart?
Well, I can tell you it won't be here much longer if things go on as they are. With the mines closed, we've lost what put us on the map in the first place. We're losing people every month. Too many mouths to feed and not enough to support them. Even the game's dwindling. I've been lucky. I've hides and horns enough to keep the traders happy, but now the ogres are picking the rest of us off.
Irsh grunts. Arismetal asks, what can you tell me about the ogres? Thirsh says, only that they've been coming down in force again and again, trying to drive us out or kill us outright.
The moment we started looking into Durgan's battery, it was like we'd kicked a hornet's nest. You made a good showing against that last group, by the way. I think you've given them reason to think twice about coming back.
Arismetal asks, why is the hunting so poor?
It's been a colder season than usual, and the elk herds aren't faring well. We're stuck fighting with the ogre clans and the wolves over what's left. Not to mention the occasional beast. We've lost a lot of young hunters.
Arismetal asks, has the legacy struck Stalwart as well?
It has. We had some hope in the early days that we'd be spared, isolated as we are. That hope died in a hurry. Not everyone's been so unlucky, of course. You'll see a few pampered sprats around.
Irsh says, treating them like precious stones won't see them grow up any faster, if at all. The sudden sorrow in his features belies his soft laughter. Arismetal says, you must have some interesting hunting stories. Sagani says, I love swapping tales. Anyone have a pipe?
Long hours checking snares and waiting out elk, mostly. Used to hunt some of the big ones, bear, stelgare, but up here it comes down to necessity, which means keeping Stalwart fed, or else keeping it safe. Thing is, the last hunt didn't go so well, as you can see.
Irsh grunts. Arismetal asks, how did you get injured?
Wasn't the ogres, I can tell you that. Put a few arrows in one of those and they generally have the good sense to back off. But I've been hunting this wolf for near a year now. A man-eater. Cunning, nasty thing. Every time I get close, it just slips away. The beast has already claimed many lives. The first victim was my son, Saldrin.
Irsh looks down at his pipe for a moment, features hardening.
Got the better of me this last time. Distracted me long enough for one of its kin to turn up. Nearly bit me clean in half. I'm a few weeks out from trying again.
Irsh winces. Arismetal asks, you said this thing is a wolf?
No ordinary wolf. A monster. This creature is big. And I see the signs it leaves behind. The mess it made to the last couple of hunters and the elk. Doesn't always finish its meals. Damn thing might be sick. Might have a bullet in its jaw. Something. In any case, it needs to be put down.
Arismetal asks, where is this beast?
It roams the russet wood out to the west. Seems to have decided the lake is a good place to find prey. Yeah. It's picked off some scattered ogres from time to time. But mostly it's been going after hunters, travelers.
Arismetal asks, can you tell me about your previous encounters?
Nothing to tell. Near misses, all of them. One time he clambered right up the cliffs to avoid my snares. Another time, he chased a bear into my camp. I nearly had him once. I could hear him below, eating, and I had the gun aimed right for him. Until the wind changed.
Sagani says, that's Fizz's luck.
He charged headlong into the tree to get at me. Nearly knocked me off my perch. And when I righted myself, he was gone.
Arismital says, I'll keep an eye out for it.
It needs doing. But I warn you, this beast is not to be trifled with. It must make its lair somewhere to the west. If you mean to go there, keep your wits about you. Watch yourself on the mountain. In these lean times, everything looks like prey to something.
Arismital says farewell.
Watch yourself on the mountain. In these lean times, everything looks like prey to something.
Iduran, the Orlan bows to you. Ah, the adventurer who saved the village. So good of you to visit my humble wagon. I am Iduran. Arismital asks, how's business? Iduran gestures at the village around him. Poor, like this place. Not much coin to be made trading in furs and fish. I came to the White Marsh because I assumed there would be no competition. And I have none, because there's nothing to compete over out here. Iduran says, would you like to trade? Arismital asks, if you're not making any money out here, why do you stay? Iduran's eyes lower. I was rather vocal about my inevitable success with my friends and family. If I give up and return with little more than I left, then... Iduran's hands ball into fists. No, it won't be like that. I'm not giving up yet. Arismital says, show me what you have for sale. These smelters haven't seen use in a long time. I'll find it without your help. Not giving up, you hear me? Says Okrun. Who is this Okrun? Okrun says, charlatans, I'll... Ista says perhaps if I adjust this like so. Villager says, I'll bet that fur keeps you nice and warm. Oh yeah, Orlan fur you mean? I saw slavers west of town, Reat Serans, I think. Yeah, I left, told me about this.
Oh, it's working! Yes! I can't believe it! It's really... Oh.
Ista, the dwarven woman looks at you, a disappointed expression on her face. In her hands is a large rectangular box, covered in strange dials and symbols. Arismital asks. Arismital says, I get that reaction a lot.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so rude. I'm Ista. I heard we have you to thank for clearing out the ogres. I'm glad Stalwart survived. It would have been a disappointing trip up here otherwise.
Trip up here? Where do you come from, Ista? Arismital asks, what's that device you're holding?
My ore locating divination tool. Well, that's what it will be. I have to calibrate it. Right now it seems to think you're a copper deposit. My Animancer contacts did suggest that a particular strong soul essence might interfere. I'm more interested in minerals in any case.
Ista studies you. Well, maybe it's because of Aris's Watcher soul interfering with your or divination device. Arismital says, maybe I do have a strong soul.
I suppose that's possible. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, unfortunately.
Ista smiles. Arismital asks, what are you looking for?
I'm trying to recreate the instruments that first led the Pargrin dwarves to this mountain. This is my latest prototype.
Ista holds up the metallic box.
Centuries ago, dwarves carrying tools just like this one followed their readings to what is now the battery. If I can recreate their work, then I may be able to find ore deposits elsewhere. I was hoping to test it, but my arrival was delayed by word of the ogre attack. I haven't been able to find anyone to venture up the mountain since.
Arismital says, I'll do it if you'll pay me for it.
Oh, of course! A real field test is worth the investment. I just have to adjust the device.
Ista's hands move swiftly over the box, adjusting knobs and dials.
It should point you toward metal deposits. We already know the battery rests on some rich veins, but I was hoping to get a reading of the surrounding mountainside. If you can follow the readings to ore and bring back a sample, I can use it to refine the device. Thanks ever so much for this.
Ista hands you the box. She's very trusting. Hasn't it occurred to her that I might be taking away this device for myself? You are too trusting, Ista.
I hope you've had some luck, and do take care with that device. It has a few rather delicate components.
A dwarf paces with his head down and arms crossed, only stopping to hurl glances at the building behind him. His face is smeared dark with grime, and soot falls from his beard as he mumbles to himself. Okrun says, work my hands into bloody stumps in this place, and for what? He kicks at a mound of dirty snow. Okrun says, start with nothing, live with less. He extends his arms out. Arismital says, I'm sorry for your loss. Okrun says, don't be, I deserve all of it. The dwarf wrinkles his nose, nostrils flaring like a horse. Okrun says, well, good riddance. Should have never settled here in the first place. Some things you mean to leave behind. Come to find out you packed them anyway. But I'm not leaving until I recover what's mine. They can't deny me again, not after this. Okrun gestures at the burnt-out buildings. Those sweet-tongued priests took my heirlooms, buried the memory of my past, they said. Now I don't have even that. Arismital says, I take it you give something of yours to one of Ondra's gift-bearers. Okrun takes his gaze away from the ground and gives you a sideways glance. You are quick. Wish I had those wits when they spoke of peace and redemption in the eyes of the goddess. Those priests, Ondra's dogs, said the goddess would forgive, that some things are best left to be forgotten. Okrun nods towards the nearby temple. Their leader, Lafda, I believe her words, another one of them, a gift-bearer, took my medallion. Okrun closes his stocky hand into a fist. And now they won't tell me where it is? Arismital asks. Why won't they tell you? Okrun says because they think they know better, that's why. Said it was the only way I'd forget. Arismital asks, what did you want to forget about your past? Okrun says, that was a different life, better days, until... Okrun closes his eyes and shakes his head. Motes of soot fall onto his hunched shoulders. It's my burden to bear, not yours. I thought to cast it away, but the memories I lost were all the wrong ones. Arismital asks, what else did you give the priests? The dwarf casts a measuring look at you. He quickly turns his head away and nods. Okrun says, you'd understand its value. My armor, a set finer than I've ever seen, but worthless to an old dwarf. I'd have traded it for the medallion, but fool that I was, I gave them both. Arismital says, Arismital says, they will respond better to tact than tirades. Okrun, the dwarf, grunts. Sharp metal always used to win me arguments, but I see your point. I'd be surprised if they return it willingly. They believe it's a sacred duty to cast the offerings to the goddess in some place where they'll be forgotten. Better to find where they drop them, I think. Arismital asks, what's Lafda's role in all of this? Okrun says, she leads that group of crows. They took over the temple as folks started to leave. Came to unburden those that sought to forget their misery here, they say. Arismital says, tell me about this medallion you want to recover. Okrun says, it belonged to my sister. It was just a pretty trinket to her. To me, the dwarf casts his gaze down. She was the last of my family, least that still acted like family to me. Arismital says, good boy. Okrun says, I don't expect luck to grace me now, but if you find anything, I'll be here, count on it. Okrun gives you a vigorous nod. Okrun says, I'm hoping you've got good news.
Huh, that's what I get for asking directions in the middle of nowhere.
Maneha, oh, is she an Omoa?
Say, I don't suppose you've seen any mysterious old buildings in the mountains lately, have you?
The Omoa wears an assortment of bangles, bands, cuffs, and chains as thick as armor. She watches you with a raised eyebrow and eyes gleaming with mirth. Arismital asks, "You mean Durgan's battery?"
No, but I've heard that name a lot around here. I'm looking for the Abbey of the Fallen Moon. It's an obscure temple dedicated to Andra.
Arismital asks, "Why are you looking for the Abbey?"
I'm a gift bearer. My job is to gather tokens of things people want forgotten and surrender them to the Lady of Lament. Best place to do that is the Abbey of the Fallen Moon.
Arismital asks, "What kinds of tokens do you take?"
Anything that represents a moment or a memory someone wishes to leave behind.
Love notes, awkward family heirlooms, bad poetry, the kinds of things you want to forget. Arismital asks, "Gift bearers usually dispose of tokens in the sea. Why are you going to the Abbey?" Maneha says, "Well, you throw some things into the sea, and maybe they wash up on shore one day."
But you want something really good and forgotten, you take it to the Abbey.
Maneha nods. Eder stares at Durans with a half-crazed look in his eyes, scratching his beard in contemplation. His smile broadens as he thinks. What? Why does Eder stares at Durans? I don't understand. What is happening between Eder and Durans? Okay, let me read this again to make sense of it. Eder stares at Durans with a half-crazed look in his eyes, scratching his beard in contemplation. His smile broadens as he thinks. What? What happened between Eder and Durans? I don't follow this. What is going on? Arismital asks, "So what are you taking to the Abbey now?"
The Abbey's all about forgetting. Wouldn't be much forgetting if I told you about it, would there?
Maneha gives you a sly grin. Maneha's smile falters briefly. Arismital says, "I see." Maneha says, "I might be here a while. Half the villagers have never heard of the Abbey, and of the ones that have, no one knows where it is." Where do you come from, Maneha?
So I'm trying to think of this as an extended holiday in a remote mining village that smells like fish.
Arismital says, "I've got business in the region. We could travel together."
You won't regret it. I've got a lovely singing voice.
Oh, I sure you have. I sure you do, I mean. Kana says, "I like her already." Oh. Is our dear Kana having a crush on this Maneha? Carvings dedicated to Undra adorn every inch of this large wooden chest. Its lid appears firmly secured even with no latch or locking mechanism inside. Inspect the chest. The chest seems old, its wood cracked and bleached by the passage of time, but the edges of the lid are less faded It appears to have been handled recently and often. Before you can take a closer look, an acolyte snaps around to face you. Ondra's swordsman says, "Don't touch that." His voice cracks like a whip. The other acolytes look at him as if to urge some composure. He frowns. "I mean to say, that's sacred to Ondra. Please leave it alone." Suspiciosa. A young man dressed in sturdy leathers glares at you. The creases in his face, tan despite the scarce sunlight of the region, suffer a slight twitch as you approach him. Quetzalcoatl says, "I've got nothing for you. Speak with laughter if you must." He turns away, his nose wrinkled. Quetzalcoatl says, "Leave me be." Laughter. Veins course under this woman's pale skin like icy fissures yet. When she speaks, her voice flows warm and soothing. Ondra welcomes you into her embrace. Her features soften into a look of practiced compassion. So, not natural? Laughter says, "We're here to ease the pain of your past, ready to take your burdens." With a thin smile she nods. "If you let the goddess help with your hardships, of course." Arismita says, "Tell me about Ondra." Laughter says, "Ondra's the goddess of redemption, deep like an ocean and gentle as a mother. She's here to relieve her children of their darkest burdens. We came here to aid the villagers, to heal the wounds of the past that fester in their souls." Arismita says, "I thought Ondra was the goddess of loss and mourning, not redemption." Laughter says, "That's The priestess crosses her arms and shifts her weight. "Common notion," she continues. "Okay, so Ondra is the goddess of loss and mourning, but Laughter said she's a goddess of redemption." Laughter says, "Others may believe so, but the goddess's mysteries are profound. Her true power lies in redeeming your loss and regret." Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Arismittel says, "I want to talk about the gift bearers." Laughter says, "The gift bearers do Ondra's most valued work. They carry the material burdens of unfortunate souls into her embrace, so that the goddess may help them forget." Arismittel says, "I heard that worshippers of Berath visited you recently." Wait, where did I heard this? In all the conversations that I had, no one has said this. Laughter says, "Little happens around here that doesn't end in the mouths of villagers, but we are obliged to assist everyone, regardless of their faith." A group of women came to us, yes. Their leader wanted to know of Durgan's battery. I obliged, and pointed them in its direction. They left as quietly as they arrived, which didn't make us any less concerned about their true intentions. This place has grown dangerous enough already. Arismittel says, "I want to ask you about Okrun's heirloom." Lafda says the dwarf already asked. We gave him the counsel he needed. Slight irritation sharpens her tone. She seems to catch herself, modulating her voice back to a pleasant timbre. Ah, suspicious. Lafda says, and naturally, we'll do what we can for you too. Ask what you will. Aris Mittal says, let me ask you about something else. Lafda says, was there something else you wanted to talk about? Aris Mittal says, Okrun wants his medallion back. Lafda brings her hands together and nods. Lafda says, ah, Okrun, how often we let the shadows of the past become a burden even to others. That medallion, it weighs on Okrun's mind. You're kind to help, but what he really needs is to cast away those memories. Aris Mittal says, he's changed his mind. As a priest, you must listen. Lafda says, I listen to him. Such dark memories, so much regrets. We took on his burdens for his good and for the good of the village. His belongings, his past, now rest in Ondra's realm, to be forgotten so that the wounds of the soul may heal. This is the will of the goddess. Aris Mittal says, her will flows in tides. Maybe Okrun still needs the medallion to discover how to forget. For a moment, Lafda the priestess scans the floor before her, as if in search for an answer. She nods. Lafda says, you're well versed in the intricacies of our faith. No use in hiding anything from someone like you. There's no need to quarrel over the mysteries of a goddess's will. I'll tell you what you wish to know. Okrun's heirloom was taken by Ixtli, chosen gift-bearer amongst us, to be cast away as an offering to Ondra, only he knows where. Lafda pauses and looks at you intently. You could ask him yourself, but he's on a trek through the mountains of Durgan's battery. If you run into Ixtli, tell him he has urgent duties to attend here. Aris Mittal says, tell me about your gift-bearer. Lafda says, Ixtli had business near Durgan's battery. Those mountains are dangerous. Lafda seems to stare at the floor for a moment, but you notice her eyes dart to one of the acolytes, a young man of Ixamital blood. Someone from the Ixamital plains? Just like Aris, Lafda says, if you insist upon carrying out this request of Okrun's, then that's where I'd search for answers. Aris Mittal says, it's hard to believe that only the gift-bearer knows where Ondra's offerings are cast away. Lafda says, is it? Our goddess frees us from our earthly burdens. It's best if only one of us knows where they are taken, lest we all end up suffering under their weight. Aris Mittal says farewell. Lafda says you return. How may the goddess help you? Okay, I guess I shall find the gift-bearer then. This whole thing is suspicious. As you step outside, the heavy wooden door of the temple slams shut behind you. You hear someone barring it from the other side. It sounds like the priests have engaged in an agitated conversation. You get the sense that they are discussing you, but you're also certain that the door is too thick to eavesdrop through, although there may be other places nearby where you'd stand a better chance. Oh, eavesdropping? Cool. Can't believe this. How could you? Ah, I can hear the words. The wooden shutters of the temple's window, closed tight, muffle a set of voices coming from within the building. You can't quite make sense of the murmur, but cracking a shutter open would likely help. A rusty iron latch holds the window shutters closed. With care, you should be able to unfasten it without being noticed. Unfasten the latch. You carefully begin to lift the latch from its metal hook. Halfway there, the rusted iron resists with a screech. You freeze, listening to the voices in hopes the priest didn't hear. Their conversations continues uninterrupted. Pour some oil on the ledge. Where did I get the oil from? You grab the ledge and apply just the right amount of oil, nudging the metal until its rust gives way without a sound. Carefully, you pull the window shutters open enough to let the voices flow through. You hear a man speaking, his tone agitated. You do that. Hope the mountains will do it. What if X? His sentence cuts, as if the man were speaking to all sides of the room. Suppose he tells them instead. What then? You have lost an item, oil. You recognize Lafda's voice responding. Why would he? And with all those dangers near the battery, our gift bearer won't delay. I expect the man interrupts her. You always expect. Look where that's taken us. A dying village. Ogres at the walls. Ixtli is not back yet, and now I have to do his pay. His voice drops and seethes, muffling what he has to say. After a moment, Lafda replies, Do you think I wanted this? That I could have known in advance? A pause ensues, its tension growing until the priestess's voice cuts it in half. We can't wait for him. We must fish out the last batch, quickly. After that, we'll decide. The man responds in a broken voice, barely audible. You only distinguish the last words. In that rusted wood pond, I'll go. Their exchange seems to end. Cautiously, you step away from the window of Ondra's temple. Rusted wood pond. Find the gift bearer or search the waters of the rusted wood. Which one should I do then, huh? Find the gift bearer or search the rusted wood pond? This door appears to be barred from the inside. It does not budge. At least you made it here in one piece. Fera lost her wagon and crew. Yeah, I heard the story from her. She got attacked by Laufageth. What was it again, the name? The four-armed creature? I forgot. Laugufayeth? Something like that. Villager says, if only Uldric had your reason. That boy's full of nonsense. What?
Fresh fish! Freshly caught!
What the heck is that? Huh? A fishmonger?
Fresh fish! Freshly caught! Effigy's eyes! It looks at me! Ah!
What the heck? Is he crazy? Dozen pairs of globular eyes stare up piteously from the discarded heads of the day's catch, awash in a pungent sea of fins and innards. Sift through the fish scraps. Your hand runs up against something round and fleshy, the size of a melon. It is smooth and scaleless, and parts seem to be covered in hair. A discarded head, perhaps, but not that of a fish. What? Poke the head. The head shifts deeper into the barrel's slimy recesses. Pull out the head. What? What? What, fishman? With one hand on either side of the head. You begin to lift it out of the barrel, only to have it leap from your grasp as the head's owner springs over the lip of the barrel in an eruption of fish chunks that rain down over the market stall. Zahua. The man who leapt from the barrel stands facing you, nearly naked save for a loincloth and drizzled in fish viscera. He is covered head to toe in scars, tears and punctures and the thorny imprints of lashings. Most are faded, like old memories. Despite that, the condition of the man's body is remarkable. The drooping skin at his flank... Wait, what? The drooping skin at his flanks and elbows, the only evidence of his advanced age. His face is placid, but the rest of him appears prepared for anything. Oh, a fit old guy? A dilf? Do women like dilfs?
You must forgive, Zawa. I was not expecting you.
Zahua, wait, someone who refers to himself in third person. Great, it is a good sign. Zahua looks you in the eye at first, but his gaze drifts now and then, settling on strange parts of your face, as though distracted by new discoveries. If he is at all flustered, he gives no indication. Wait, this Zahua, he looks like Dwayne Johnson. Old Dwayne Johnson. Yeah, he looks like Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. Arismital asks, what were you doing in that barrel? Zahua scratches behind his ear, dismayed.
Resting my eyes, I thought. Waiting for the Malkachoa to bring me insight.
Zahua shakes his head. What is a Malkachoa? The name of the fish?
It would seem I dozed. A good thing my master was not alive to see it.
Zahua blinks, leaning in to get a better look at you. His enlarged pupils seem to crowd out his pale irises. Huh?
Are you real?
Arismital says, now that you ask, I'm not so sure.
We shall let the matter rest for now, then. Until the Malkachoa wears off.
Arismital asks, Malkachoa?
A small white mushroom. I have heard it called snowcap in these lands.
Wait, are you high?
It can reveal the true nature of many things.
Arismital asks, you have a master, you said. Zahua traces your inadvertent glance at his scars. He smiles politely.
A teacher, not an owner. Zawa is a free man. Well, as free as any of us.
Arismital says, I still don't understand why you were in that barrel.
I was freeing myself from vanity.
Eder says, did he say sanity or vanity? I'm sure it's the latter, Eder, but it could be the former as well.
Consider, how can one be vain who is bathed in the smell of dead fish?
There is a proud glint in Zahua's eyes. Arismital says, it helps to be this handsome.
I had the idea when I passed this way earlier. I am pleased with the results so far.
Zahua smiles at the woman whose head is swiveled towards him as she passes by. A look of revulsion on her face. Distracted, her toe catches on a stone and she nearly falls on her face. Zahua claps his hands together.
Yes, quite pleased.
Zahua laughs triumphantly. Look, I'm beginning to like this guy. Why can't I have him in the beginnings of the game? Why is he located far into this point of the game? Why? Arismital asks, those scars are from battle. Zahua glances down at his body.
From battle, yes. I left them upon my enemies.
Zahua points at various patches of crisscrossing scars.
These were struck against fear. These against pleasure. These against hatred. Those down there against greed and doubt. And these...
Zahua points to his face. Wait, is he self-flagelling himself? What do you call that? Flagellant? Okay, my English vocabulary is not that good, but I heard the word or came across the word flagellant and self-flagelling. I don't know if it's supposed to be rude or not, but if it is, well, I didn't know. But I came across the words flagellant and self-flagelling.
These were for vanity.
Arismital asks, you made those scars?
I cannot take credit for all of them, but I did most of the good ones.
Zahua's mouth perks.
I put them there in battle to remind myself what is real and what is not. Our worst enemies are inventions of the mind, pleasure, fear. When we see them for what they are, we become unstoppable.
Arismital asks, and you have achieved this?
I feel I have been close, but never for more than an instant. In the moment when the pain is sharpest, the world becomes clear. In that moment, I am a match for anyone.
Zahua gives a slow, assured nod. Arismital says, your wounds must have caused you to suffer greatly.
Of course. I am fortunate to have suffered so much. If I did not suffer, I would not aspire to free myself from it. I would wander from one unfulfilling goal to the next. More wealth, a better station. My soul would wither. But to search for a place beyond suffering's reach is to nurture the soul, to harden it against the elements.
Zahua clenches his fists in illustration.
Suffering is the greatest gift the gods have given us, their most beautiful, perfect creation. It is the hand that turns the wheel.
Zahua's eyes gleam as though looking upon an old and beloved friend. Arismital asks, "Do you often smear yourself with fish?"
Gods, no. What a way to travel the world.
Zahua chuckles.
The usual way is to smear yourself with the ashes of the dead. But they do not burn their dead here, so I have to make do with what the land provides.
Zahua sniffs the air.
The cold seems to conquer the smell. Even now, the scent hides itself. Disappointing.
Arismital says, "You don't seem like you're from around here." "Yeah, where were you when the ogres attacked? Did you arrive before or after the ogre attack?"
I was visiting a monastery not far from here. I found it empty, but I met a messenger as I left.
You were visiting a monastery? Is it the abbey that Maneha was looking for?
He carried a call for aid. Seeing that he would find no monks at the monastery, I chose to go in their place. Zawa is no longer young, but in combat he is still the greatest of the Takan people. It seemed only right that he should go.
The Takan people. Wait, someone hired you for what? Arismital says, "Stalwart hired me as well."
I would not say I am hired. I seek no wage, and I promise no result.
Zahua shrugs.
I have chosen a path, and my spoils come from walking it.
An uneasy frown settles on his face, almost a wince.
And this fortress, this Durgan's battery, its people are gone. Zawa would know why.
Arismital says, "If you seek the White Forge as well, I could use the help of an experienced warrior." So wait, Stalwart also hires Zahua to get into the White Forge? So who hired Zahua? Renin Guild? I'm confused. What's happening here? Arismital says, "If you seek the White Forge as well, I could use the help of an experienced warrior." Zahua's face tilts upward, his eyes fixing on the sky. He remains motionless, entranced. At length, he blinks as if awakening and looks back at you. He shrugs cheerily.
If one wishes to swim, it is no time to argue with the current. We are here together in this moment because a perfect force has willed it. Who is Zawa to argue?
Zahua looks at you squarely in the eyes, and for once they do not drift.
I will walk with you so long as the gods wish it so.
Arismital says, "Let's be on our way." Okay, I'm going to ask Renin Guild. Did she hire, or did she send someone to hire Zahua to find the White Forge? Stalwart Fishery.
Perhaps I should wait outside.
Aloth, why do you want to wait outside? Is the smell of the fish too strong for you? These roasting fish provide much of the pungent odor permeating the fishery. The dead eyes of speckleback, iron-tooth, pike, and frost diver fish gaze up at you. This tattered net appears to have been set aside for mending. Fisheries close for the night. Really? Come back in the morning if you want to buy something. I'm just sharpening some knives.
Better than standing out here shivering.
Villager says, feels like it's hardly worth putting the huts back up. Better than standing out here shivering. Who's that Orlan at High Ferrix? He stayed longer than most visitors. And how is he paying for his room? If he's an escaped slave, how does he have the coin to pay for the room? Is it true they set fire to Defiance Bay? Deerwood has gone mad, says a villager. That trader, Feara, must have hit the same weather as you coming to town. Well, Feara lost her comrades and her wagons. Aris is not. Ain't often we hear such fine manners up here. Good day to you too, says a villager. Where is Katie, the woman I rescued? I've entered all the buildings that I can enter, but I didn't find Katie anywhere. Where is Katie?
Any luck with Durgan's battery?
There is no option to ask about Zahua. Arismital asks, what can you tell me about Feara's expedition?
Who? Sorry, I don't recall the name.
Renengild brow furrows.
Last expedition I met disappeared weeks ago. Didn't give any names, but they definitely haven't come back this way.
Well, according to Feara, they didn't go through Stalwart. So I guess that's why Renengild doesn't know about Feara's team.
Don't mean the Feara weren't part of an expedition, though. We get groups passing by sometimes looking to try their luck. What's on your mind?
Something else you need?
Oh, there's Katie. Why didn't I see her before?
Oh, it's you. I'm so glad you came by. I hoped I'd have the chance to thank you properly.
Yeah, too bad about the guard though. The one who came in to save you. He didn't survive.
They told me what happened. God's bless you, sir. I owe you my life.
Yeah, if only I could do better.
I know it was foolish of me to run in there, but this ring is all that I have of my family.
Yeah. Well, you running inside there caused someone else to die. Okay, I can't blame her though. She doesn't know that someone's going to run inside to help her. Arismital asks, how are you holding up?
Oh, I'm managing. Fenway's letting me stay with her until I'm back on my feet. Everyone's been lovely, really.
Fenway? Who is Fenway? Did I miss some characters here? Who is Fenway?
It was hard seeing what's left of the house. But Rayvald says he's going to see a hut raised for me soon as they get the logs.
Who is Rayfall to you? Arismital asks, what's so special about this ring anyway?
Sentiment, mostly. When he first settled here, my grandfather had a ring fashioned from the first batch of ore he excavated. It was supposed to commemorate his fresh start. He passed it on to his daughter, and my mother gave it to me in turn.
Arismital says farewell.
Hello, sir. Anything I can do for you?
Nothing.
You find anything? Hate to think of those slimy bastards carrying my haul into a freezing hole somewhere.
Okay, who is Fenway? The bartender and the owner is Hyphatic. Who is Fenway? Alright, let's go follow that Caxetl fella. The one in the green hood, green robe.
I only need a minute.
Who is that says only need a minute? Do you want to take a piss? This simple shrine is covered in a thick layer of snow, fallen leaves and feathers. A pair of curving bones flanks the altar. Examine the shrine more closely. The shrine does not appear to be frequented very often, though traces of old candle wax line the edges of the stone. Under a dusting of frost, you note a rectangular section of the altar surface that seems to be cleaner than the rest, as if something once rested here. Touch the altar. You feel a tingle run up your arms as you set your fingers to the altar. In the instant after, the wind seems to die down, the sounds of the wilderness growing muted to your hearing. Then you hear a sudden low growl, quickly joined by more. A vision strikes you like a sudden memory, though it is unbound by time or place. Within a sea of darkness you see a great beast, formless save for its gleaming fangs. It growls and snaps with increasing desperation and savagery, and for a moment you feel its rage as your own, a possessive fury that tears at you. Something has been taken. your territory threatened, and the price for it will be blood. The vision fades just as swiftly as it came. The altar stands silent and still, and the air fills again with the occasional trill of bird song. These stones are strangely warm to the touch, though most of the runes are indecipherable. A few look like names. Crag Ogre. A group of elves stands in a scattered ring around an ogre, but they do not appear to be engaged in battle. The ogre is bound with rope, and one of the elves tug harshly on the line tied around the ogre's neck. What is the word for pale elves? Is it Glumfelin? According to the character creation, I forgot. Vamrel says, "This is pointless, beast. You won't get anywhere being stubborn." The ogre only snorts angrily and pulls back on the rope. Two other elves prod him somewhat timidly with their pole axes. The ogre does not budge. Pale elf says, "Hey, Vamrel." One of the elves has turned to look at you, motioning at the man occupied with the ogre. The elves turn to look at you, hands falling to their weapons. Vamrel gives a final sharp yank on the rope before he turns as well. Arismital says, "What are you doing to that ogre?" Vamrel says, "This creature will accompany us to Weistrand. We've had some trouble on the roads, but having an ogre along should put an end to it. I purchased him from some slave hunters, not far from here, looking to recoup their expenses, I expect." Vamrel grunts, not sure he's worth quite so much coin. Arismital asks, "Need some help?" Vamrel says, "A kind offer, but we have it under control. The beast came along meekly enough before. I'll have it so again shortly." Arismital says, "You're a long way from home." Vamrel says, "Oh, we'll be further from it still tomorrow. Just picking up some help along the way." Vamrel looks up at the ogre. Arismital says, "A rather sad specimen for an ogre." Vamrel says, "He came cheap. We need the muscle. Gods know they're good for little elves." Vamrel gives the rope another tug. The ogre's already impressive scowl deepens. Kana says, "Good thing Korgrak isn't here. I think he'd find this a shade embarrassing." Oh, Kana remembers Korgrak. The ogre gives a great bellow and suddenly lunges backward, tearing the rope free of his captor's hands. With a triumphant roar, the ogre pulls apart the bindings on his arms. Vamrel glares at you. "Look what you've done." "Wait, what did I do?" "I didn't do anything." What the heck? Why are you accusing me of something I didn't do? Kana says, oh dear, I think that worked a little too well. Vamrel says, stop that ogre, but don't damage my property, and bring me that fool's head. What? I didn't do anything. I was just making an observation about the ogre. I didn't know that it's going to anger him. Why are you blaming Aris for this? What the heck? Aris even asked you if he could help you. It's not Aris' intention to create this situation. Why do you want Aris' head? What the heck?
It's high time for some rest.
Careful, Itumak. It's slippery.
Druid Wolf, standing tall amongst the wolves inhabiting the cavern. This creature turns to face you as you venture forward. Scores of wounds and scars riddle its hide, and one dull eye stares out blindly from its skull. It growls a threat as you approach, one echoed by its fellows. You know this half-wolf, or the spirit-shifted form of a druid, though you see no gleam of Kith intelligence within its gaze. No gleam of Kith intelligence within its gaze. At the creature's feet lie two villagers, one heavily wounded, the other holds an arm across his stomach, and he looks up at you with pleading in his eyes.
Help! Please help us!
Shh, be quiet. Don't agitate the wolves and the druid. As the beast turns its head back towards the hunter, you sense a strange aura emanating from it. It is as if its hide were holding in a tempest of soul essence, fierce and all-consuming as flame. Reach out for the beast's soul. It takes little effort, but Before the beast's soul threatens to overwhelm you with its intensity, wrath and hunger buffet you on all sides, until you reach through the storm to find a smaller, dimmer pulse of light, and are swept headlong into a memory. The chill bites into your cheeks and your lungs burn a little from the run. You look down at the little wooden carving in your hand and run your thumb along the edge of the carved bear's spine. The totem has already brought you luck. You found 2 rabbits in as many snares. And that's a rare enough feat these days. You're certain now that this was a gift from Galawine, that you never meant to find it on that lonely shrine and take it.
Soldier!
Your father's voice snaps you out of your reflections, and you rush forward to rejoin him beside the campfire. You brandish the hairs and catch a glimpse of rare smile under his graying beard. But the smile disappears almost immediately as a shadow falls over you both. You feel the rush of wind a moment before the log comes crashing down, and roll out of the way just in time. You hear your father cry out in pain. Somewhere nearby, both the hairs and the totem slip from your grasp. You can feel power surging within you. Your heart thunders in your chest, but instinct pulls your senses into order, and you feel the familiar stretch of limbs, the sudden dizzying shift in height. But something is wrong. Your senses are fading, rather than growing stronger. There's a howling in your head, like a screaming chorus, and everything in you shrieks for you to bite, to tear, to eat. The memory slips from you, and when you come back to yourself, the beast is shaking its head as if to clear an itch clawing at its ears. So this is Suldrun, Thir's son. So I guess the memory about the log falling off, it happened at the landslide marker. So what? That accident caused him to turn into a wolf? Or werewolf? So Suldrun is a druid. Does his father know that Suldrun is a druid? Arismital asks, Suldrun? The creature snaps and snarls, evidently uncomprehending. It edges toward the nearest hunter, even as it watches you balefully with its single eye. Oh, throw a torch as a distraction. You fling a torch at the beast, and it gives a sharp yelp as the torch bounces off its hide with a burst of embers. The beast leaps away from the hunter, stumbling in its panic, but the wolves surge forward, snarling.
Sleep would do me good.
Wounded hunter, bless you, stranger. We'll make our way back to the village. I thought we were done for. Those wolves swarm our camp. That creature dragged us back here. Okay, these 2 wounded hunters are alive. Can you guys get back to this village yourself, or do you need us to escort you back?